That worked. In the neighborhood. We'll find it.
Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, you hurt her.
Stupid kid.
Pepe.
Jesse, you cut. Jesse, you cut my shit up.
this? That must be the door out of here. Darn it! I need the key. Oh no, it's him.
Where you going, Sherry? I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Leave me alone. Just please.
Time to teach some manners. You little bitch. You're gonna pay for this. Oh, shit. You hear? You are gonna be so fucking sorry.
Go away. Help! Somebody, please!
You stupid bitch, that's a dead end! It's all over now! Doors locked! Where are you? Show yourself! I know you're in here! The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be! Bitch has gotta be here somewhere. Oh, God damn it! I see you. Game over, Sherry. Where you going, Sherry? I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Leave me alone. Just please.
Time to teach some manners. You little bitch! You're gonna pay for this! You little shit! You hear? You are gonna be so fucking sorry!
Go away!
over now! Doors locked! Where are you? Show yourself! I know you're in here! The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be!
Oh God. Oh God.
You bitches gotta be here somewhere. God damn it! I see you!
No!
Game over, Sherry.
No!
Where you going, Sherry? I told you to stay put. You need to learn to listen.
Leave me alone. Just please.
Time to teach some manners. You little bitch! You're gonna pay for this! You little shit! You are gonna be so fucking sorry!
Go away! Help! Somebody, please!
You stupid bitch! That's a dead end! It's all over now! Doors locked! Where are you? Show yourself! I know you're in here! The longer it takes me to find you, the worse it's gonna be! Bitches gotta be here somewhere. God damn it! Son of a bitch.
More, please.
This is your last fucking chance! Show yourself! Now! Oh, fuck! It burns!
What? Won't open.
Nice try, Sherry. I'm coming in, Sherry! Get over here, you bitch! Game is over. Now you're in trouble.
Let me go! No, stop!
Good to see you again, Claire. We've got unfinished business.
What are you talking about?
Don't waste my fucking time! Bring me the pendant, or Sherry dies.
Pendant? What do you need it for?
Do you want the girl to die?
Fine. Where are you?
The orphanage.
The orphanage. Where is that?
In the neighborhood. You'll find it.
Is Sherry all right?
For now.
I swear, you bastard, if you hurt her... Are you serious? Damn it! Just you wait, asshole! Looks like it's the other way. Looks like the only way forward. Hell is up with you? Shit! You asshole. You bastard! You bastard! Seriously? It's gotta be the orphanage. Hang on, Sherry. Hello? I have the pendant!
Your fault.
What?
Took too long.
Oh god. Get off me!
Have you, William?
Oh my god! Jesus Christ! be right there! Go, go, go!
Claire! It's behind you!
Don't stop!
Hurry!
Keep going! Sherry, come on! What'd you say?
Daddy, no! Claire, are you all right? Can you hear me? Claire? Claire, you have to get up. He's going to get us. Wake up! Wake up!
Wake up. Wake up. Open your eyes. Hold still. Not infected. Sherry? Where's Sherry? Sherry's fine.
Where's Sherry?
Impressive display of strength.
What happened to her?
We have to assess the situation.
Who are you? I'm Claire.
Didn't foresee this.
Excuse me. Where is she? Hello?
What?
Where's
Oh,
she?
Annette. Tell me, what happened to William?
I don't know. Who's that?
The creature responsible for this.
What? Can you help me find Sherry?
Seems to be evolving much faster than expected.
Where are you going?
Look, I don't have time to play 20 questions. Everything's under control.
I need to find Sherry.
My daughter is not your concern.
Where did Sherry go? Sherry's her daughter?
Come on, Mama. Ulala, baby. Come on, Mama. Mama. It's a baby. It's a papa. It's a papa. It's a level of mama. Level of mama. It's a no mama. It's a papa. It's a baby. It's a baby. It's a papa. Papa no mama. Papa no mama. Jesus. What baby? Is your mama? What did this baby to go? The baby? Uchi, Uchi, la.
Sherry? Can you hear me? Now I'm gonna smell like shit. Literally.
cable car. Here?
here until my work is done.
That's what you always say.
Sherry?
Why didn't you stay in the house? It was safe there.
Hey, Sherry!
I was scared. Those things were everywhere, and
You should have called the police. That's what we taught you.
I did, but nobody came, and you didn't answer your phone, so...
Sherry, I don't have time for this.
Oh no. Sherry! Sherry, I'm coming! Hold on, Sherry. I'll be right there.
My name is Joey Cribero. Oh.
ID wristband required for cable car entry.
Right. There you are, babe. Oh my God.
Oh my God, babe. I always get fucking lost on that fucking freeway. On that connection on the
They've
freeway.
been going crazy. I've been trying to like pull them up here with me, and like they kept wanting to go downstairs and wait for you. They're like, "Where's mommy?"
No. Oh, they're like all over me right now.
That's que
How come you're not all over me? No, no quieres que te rasque, ¿verdad? Sorry, but my hands are cold.
What's up?
My hands are cold.
That's okay.
Eres un polar bear.
They were all over you. You said they were all over you, huh?
Yeah.
That's so funny. Okay. I did, babe. I thought you were going to be home a lot earlier.
That's what I thought, but I don't know for some reason on that hill on on that fucking place. What did it tell you it's called? What the outlets are up there.
Morongo.
No, not Morongo, but going towards Bakersfield. With, not Bakersfield, but Barstow, yeah.
Where did you go to? Where did you actually go?
We just go to Blanca side.
Where?
Bakersfield.
You went to Baker's all the way to Bakersfield, so you went like 5 hours away.
Yeah.
¿Por qué fuiste hasta allá?
No.
A ver, el pinche Sancho del seguro.
¿Cuál pinche Sancho? I don't have Sanchos. I have one. I had one. Él me abandona y se me va y viene y se va.
Tú eres la que te acuestas ahí abajo. I actually got Velvet to play with me today.
Oh yeah.
Like I was doing the. She did the thing where you know how like when you duck down and then you duck down the ground and she like comes up and then you go up and she. Here, put her on the bed. Velvet, Velvet, come here. Velvet. Do the thing where you duck. She's so cute.
You don't want to look at this when it's no. It's expensive. Yes, it's big.
Oh, she remember she has an appointment for her vaccines on Sunday.
No?
Yeah.
Oh, tomorrow is Gwenny's birthday. I mean, today was. What's today?
The 7th. She's 20?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Not a teenager anymore.
Nope. No lady. I'm gonna tell her. I'm gonna tease her. Say you are an old lady now, like Mama.
I was watching the Fast and the Furious today.
Uh-huh.
I was like, oh my god! Like I remember going to the theaters and watching that movie, and I was like, holy shit, that was 24 years ago now that movie came out. Like
how many?
24, and it's like all the actors in it who were young, like Michelle Rodriguez and Vin Diesel, and like they're all. It's crazy how fast time goes by. Take it to the puppy. She's a puppy dog. Take it to the donkey. He's a puppy doggy. He's a puppy doggy. And he's a little puppy dog. He's a puppy dog. Yeah. And she's a neon puppy dog. Take it to the doggy. Doggy. He's a puppy dog. He's a neon puppy dog. Take it to the doggy. He's a puppy dog. He's a little puppy dog. He's a little puppy dog. She's a puppy dog. Yep. She's a little puppy dog. Take it to the doggy. She's a puppy doggy. She's a puppy doggy. Puppy dog. I'll give it some fun. She's a puppy doggy. Baby doggy, 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 baby, it's a baby, it's a baby doggy. It's your baby doggy. It's your papa doggy. It's your one and baby. It's your number one and baby. It's your number one and baby. It's your mama. It's your one and baby. It's your mama. It's your mama. It's your papa. It's your one and baby. It's your 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 baby. What's your mama for good for your mama? What's your baby girl? What's your mama baby girl? What's your mama baby girl? Yes, you are. It's your mama baby girl. It's your mama baby girl. Let's go to your precious mama. It's your precious mama. It's your precious mama, baby. Where's your precious baby girl? It's your precious baby. It's your precious baby. Yes, she is. Yes, she is. Your precious baby girl. He's your precious baby girl. He's your precious baby girl. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. He's your baby girl. He's your baby girl. Yeah. Yeah. He's my baby. He's my baby. He's my baby. He's my baby. It's my adorable baby girl. It's my adorable baby girl. Come on, baby's adorable. Come on, baby's adorable. Jesus, puppy dog. Baby, puppy dog. She's a puppy dog. She's a little baby and a baby dog. Turning on a baby dog. Baby, she's a pup, she's a pup, she's a pup, she's a puppy and a puppy dog. Baby, she's a duck, she's a duck, she's a duck, she's a puppy and a puppy dog. Puppy dog. Oh my God. Jason's like, why you mess with her so much?
They do that to each other.
Get the puppy and the puppy dog. Get the puppy and the puppy. Tired, baby?
Yeah.
Get some soda? Soda? Yeah. Get some soda, baby? She's a puppy dog, you're a puppy dog, you're a puppy dog. Hey, Mom. Come on, love baby. Come on, love baby. Come on, love baby. The puppy dog. The puppy dog.
You know,
Huh?
my hair is like that.
Oh yeah. Come on. I know, baby. You're even taking on the characteristics.
Did you see that thing I sent you? Like the turnaround? The I sent you it's really the puppy.
Oh yeah.
This one. when 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 the thingy says turn around, turn around. That's so funny. They're so competitive.
I know.
Everybody, everybody, everybody. That is both of them.
You see that?
Yeah.
That was so funny. Thanks. It's so funny. ¿Quieres ver este Bill Marmot?
Oh, yeah.
Did you eat them?
Yeah. Blanca got me some McDonald's.
You want me to get you some food, or you?
What? Only if it's panda.
I think they're closed now, so good luck to you. She's being so silly. At least she's just happy you're home. You know. It's being so crazy, right? He's a puppy dog. Puppy. He's a puppy dog. He's a puppy dog. He's a puppy dog. He's a puppy dog. The puppy. The doggy. The puppy doggy. The puppy doggy. The puppy doggy. The puppy doggy. They missed you so much. They missed you all day today. They're like, when's mommy coming home? Because they expect you home at a certain time. Like,
Yeah.
you know, once like 5, 6 o'clock hits, they're like, hey, mommy's supposed to be home. So like when you don't show up at that time, they're like, hey, what's going on?
Like if I ever die.
Oh yeah, no, they're gonna be devastated. Me and
No,
all of us will be devastated.
I saw something that said that when the person dies, let the dog see them, so they understand. They will understand that you're gone, you're not alive, and that way they won't think that you left them.
They'll understand that you're
Yeah, that you didn't leave them.
so they're supposed to let them see the person.
Let them.
Okay?
Yeah. So they know that they're dead, and that'll they will understand, and that they're not going to be there, but they didn't abandon them.
That's an excuse me.
If someone forgets to start with this, sometimes, you know, you gotta hit rock bottom. It took us 6 weeks.
Somebody made popcorn.
I mean, even the Republicans now
Somebody
are
made
what
popcorn.
Trump's doing. I mean, they're telling their own people, don't go to the town halls because other Republicans are screaming at you too much. Really, they're turning on Amy Coney Barrett. They're turning on her. She's a bad one now. And Musk had a shouting match with the other people in the cabinet. The stock market does not, they do not like this kind of instability. This tariffs, one day Trump puts the tariffs on, the next day he takes it off. The next day, he did it with Mexico and Canada. It's on, it's off. It's on, and then he pulls it back at the last second, like he's delaying orgasm or something. Canada's very pissed. Canadians here, oh my gosh, because they're so pissed that even though we took the tariffs off temporarily, they said they're keeping theirs on, and then Trump came back and said, okay, there's now a 250% tariff on Canadian dairy products, which, to be fair, Canadian cows have been taking the jobs of American cows. It's never stopped, ladies and gentlemen. And then, oh, this story, and then a story that I feel is a tremendous threat to comedians. Because you could never have a punchline stupider or funnier than the actual premise. In an attempt to censor some DEI stuff, the Defense Department is deleting all the photos from. Aiming at you so much. They're turning on Amy Coney Barrett. They're turning on her. She's a bad one now. And Musk had a shouting match with the other people in the cabinet. The stock market does not, they do not like this kind of instability. This tariffs, one day Trump puts the tariffs on, the next day he takes it off. The next day, he did it with Mexico and Canada. It's on, it's off. It's on, and then he pulls it back at the last second, like he's delaying orgasm or something. Canada's very pissed. Canadians here, oh my gosh, because they're so pissed that even though we took the tariffs off temporarily, they said they're keeping theirs on, and then Trump came back and said, okay, there's now a 250% tariff on Canadian dairy products. Which, to be fair, Canadian cows have been taking the jobs of American cows.
They haven't been up.
A very long time.
Well, what happened is it wet?
It's gotta stop, ladies and gentlemen. And then, oh, this story, and then a story that I feel is a tremendous threat to comedians. Because you could never have a punchline.
Oh, you know what? Sophia was sitting right here and she was looking at that.
In an attempt to censor some DEI stuff, the Defense Department is deleting all the photos from the database, 26,000 of them, and one of them was of the Enola Gay. That is the plane that, I'm telling you, the premise is. The stock market does not, they do not like this kind of instability. This tariffs, one day Trump puts the tariffs on, the next day he takes it off. The next day, he did it with Mexico and Canada. It's on, it's off. It's on, and then he pulls it back at the last second, like he's delaying orgasm or something. Canada's very pissed.
She's like,
Canadians,
well, she don't remember
oh my gosh, because they're so pissed that even though we took the tariffs off temporarily, they said they're keeping theirs on, and then Trump came back and said, okay, there's now a 250% tariff on Canadian dairy products, which, to be fair, Canadian cows have been taking the jobs of American cows for a very long time. And it's gotta stop, ladies and gentlemen. And then, oh, this story, and then a story that I feel is a tremendous threat to comedians. Because you could never have a punchline stupider or funnier than the actual premise. In in an attempt to censor some DEI stuff, the Defense Department is deleting all the photos from the database, 26,000 of them, and one of them was of the Enola Gay. That is the plane that, I'm telling you, the premise is that's the plane that dropped the bomb on Hiroshima and ended World War II, but they're getting rid of it because it has gay. When did they find out that every plane has a cockpit? But, I mean, this world is so upside down now. It took Trump like 3 weeks to break up with Ukraine and Mexico and Canada, and yet Taylor Swift is the same boyfriend for over a year. Secret Santa, I know. And then in the midst of all this shit that's going on, Trump makes a speech about how great things are. Did anybody see this speech on Tuesday night? Oh my gosh, the Republican side, you know, it's joint session of Congress, like the State of the Union speech. Brothers, they loved it. They were cheering and stomping and applauding. Lindsey Graham threw his panties. It was very, very exciting for them. And the internet was all abuzz because at the speech, Elon Musk was there, and he was sitting next to an attractive blonde woman. But turns out that they were just seated together, never met her, there's no connection, and her due date is in December. Oh, my kid, Elon. No, I think he did try to pick her up. Because he used his standard pickup line, haven't I fired you somewhere before? But I thought the highlight of the whole night was when Trump saw John Roberts in the audience, shook his hand. Now, John Roberts, of course, the head of the Supreme Court, is the one who gave him complete immunity last year. Whatever a president does, you can get away with it. It's not illegal. And Trump said to John Roberts, thank you again. I won't forget it. I guess not just actresses are rewarded for playing prostitutes these days. And then, at the speech, there was a lot of rowdy shit that went on. Democratic Congressman Al Green, not get tired of being a lone guy. Different Al Green. He's 77. He uses a cane, and he was shaking his cane at the president, which I thought was an apt metaphor. A cane shaking for this Democratic Party. Lame. That's okay. Please. I don't need your pity. I appreciate it. I just know that I'm here. But, you know, it's interesting. The Democrats are fighting back in a way. You know how the Republicans are always threatening a government shutdown? Well, now the Democrats are going to do that. Yeah, they said they're tiring of all this firing and all this furloughing and all this closing of the government departments. And they say, if you don't stop shutting down the government, we're going to shut down the government. That's where America is. And then the White House, amid all of this, had the first crypto summit. And we're going to have a crypto reserve. There's some question the wisdom of associating with a brand that's all just about scandals and thefts and scams. But if crypto's willing to work with Trump, I say go for it. All right, we're getting a great show. Let's start with Griffin and John Tester are here. But first up, he is the best-selling author and humorist who starts his tour on March 30th across the U.S. in 40 cities. Fuck, including... I couldn't do that. Boston, Detroit, Nashville, and his latest essay collection, Happy Go Lucky, is now in paperback. David Sedaris. David. What happened? What? Oh. Okay, so you
good the last time I came on here?
You do, and you've outdone yourself, and I know. I know this comes because you are a world traveler. You and I are very different in that way. I'm a homebody. You just seem to like to be on the road. You're about to do 40 cities. That's insane to me. But this probably doesn't come from somewhere in America.
No, it all came from Japan.
Japan. This is what they wear in Japan.
But they make it there. And I just realized I'd never worn these shoes before, but I could look up women's skirts, but I don't like it.
Can I have them?
Well, you saw on tour a lot.
I just stopped. Yeah.
You stopped?
Yeah. Yeah, it was in all the papers. Yeah. I mean, I may go back to it. I don't know. I didn't make a big announcement about it, but I've had 42 years of dragging my ass out of bed on Saturday morning, and I just was fucking fed up with it.
I liked your comedy special.
I loved it. Thank you. I love doing it. But you know what? We'll see. But what is this part of it? I mean,
this is actually like a T-shirt that I wore under the shirt.
A T-shirt.
Anyone can buy it. Not everyone can put it together. So I put the T-shirt under the shirt.
Wow.
You know what? When I look in the mirror, I just see the clothes. I don't see me. I think everyone has body dysmorphia to some extent. You know? So maybe that's mine. But you know, there's a kind of body dysmorphia where you look in the mirror and you think, I should be an amputee. And it's an actual thing. And people go to South America and they have their limbs removed because they won't do it in America.
But why did they
There was an article about it in the Atlantic, and it was a woman had both her arms removed.
But why?
She, ever since she was a child, she looked in the mirror and thought, I should not have arms.
I mean, that's the unusual side of it. I mean, I have heard a lot about body dysmorphia. What we used to hear was that men look in the mirror and they think they're better looking than they are. Wait a second.
Yeah.
Wait a second. And women look in the mirror and think they're worse. I don't know. I've never known a woman who could pass the mirror without stopping and looking, and I never do that.
You don't ever do it?
No. I mean, why would I? I'm almost 70.
I don't do it too often. I mean, if I'm getting dressed, I do it. But other than that,
Yeah, right. But women do. Okay. But you're like old school gay. I mean, yeah, you are. I mean, I know a lot of people like that. Andrew Sullivan's the same way, and has issues with like this new. I mean, this gay and queer, and it's kind of a different. What is it? How would you say that? What is the difference there?
But to me, I don't like the word queer. I don't. But well-meaning people will now say, well, as a queer author, and I just cringe.
Right.
Not because it used to be an insult, but because it's the fourth time in my life I've been rebranded.
Right.
And nobody asked me. Nobody ever said, how do you feel about this? And I just don't, and that's what I object to.
Mm.
Also, I think it's kind of like maybe, like I was in Australia recently and met somebody who knows a nun who identifies as queer because she's married to God. And it's not a traditional sexual relationship. So she identifies with it. And I just don't see what I have in common.
No, well, well, the outfit.
Yeah. It's a generational thing because I ask people when I'm signing books, when I meet men my age and older, they take the way.
Well, that's what I was taught as a young Catholic boy. I mean, I was taught catechism, where you learn how to be a Catholic, and we were taught by nuns, and they were mean, and we were told that, you know, nuns are married to Christ, who apparently was not putting out, because no, because that is a type of mean you don't find anywhere else. But speaking of gay and Catholics, you met the Pope last year. I read the New Yorker piece was priceless. I mean, so funny. But I think you all were saying in the piece, and I'd like you to answer the question here. Why you? Like it was a meeting of comics mostly, and you're one of the funniest people I know, but you're not Catholic.
No. I have no idea why I was there. And I was minding my own business. And it was May, and I got an email that said, the day after tomorrow, you want to meet the Pope. So, and I was in England, so it was pretty easy to go. And I thought, why would I not go? It's a chance of a lifetime. But so I went, and I came back, and I said, I met Chris Rock. I mean, I met the Pope, and I shook his hand, but I didn't feel it. It didn't mean anything to me. But Chris Rock was there. Whoopi Goldberg was there. Gosh, all these super funny people. And then we went to the Vatican at 6:45 in the morning, and the priest read a speech, and the Pope read a speech, and it wasn't very good. I mean, it basically said laughter makes the world go in. I thought he wanted to have a dialogue. I thought, really, what I thought he was going to do was say, do you think you can give the pedophilia jokes a rest? That's what I thought he was going to do. But he never, it was interesting. Afterwards, we met him. He sat in a chair, and everybody lined up, and we shook his hand. And I had nothing, I said, well, thanks for having me. But I knew there were people there who had something to say, who memorized things in Italian. And this is what the priest would do. Shake the hand. He would take the hand and next.
Right.
And so I didn't have anything to say, but for people who had rehearsed and really thought about it a long time, I think they were a little bit let
so
down.
He was like working the rope line.
Yeah.
And so they didn't even get to finish the little spiel that they had planned?
No.
Oh, right.
But probably
That's gold.
Yeah.
Wow, that's gold.
But he was on a timer. I mean, he had to go somewhere and be somewhere, and he probably be there. But then you'd be there all day with people who care. Like with people who don't care that much, you could still get it over with pretty quickly.
So Chris Rock cared?
I don't know how much he cared, but he was.
Yeah, I didn't even know he was Catholic.
Mike Birbiglia was Catholic, but Stephen Colbert's Catholic.
That I knew.
Whoopi's not Catholic, I don't think, and there were plenty of people
So
who
they just
weren't.
wanted to make this big Catholic celebrity. I don't get it. And I look, I don't dislike the Pope. I'm an atheist, but I feel like for popes, he was pretty good. He was, he would go back and forth. 1 minute he would like take
finally
the
laying it down.
and say, hey, atheists can get into
Are they all there?
It's like, we don't believe in it, so we don't care. But, and then he said some very progressive things about gays.
Yeah.
And then, he would remember, the fucking, I got it. Come down hard on some shit. He would do that. But that's about as good as you're going to get in that office.
Well, people were upset because twice in the past couple of months he used the word faggotry. And I just thought it was funny because I didn't even know that was a word, but it's a keeper, It's not what you call a person, it's not like, shut up, fag. It's more like, take your faggotry outside. Didn't bother me.
I can see a store at the mall, you're selling this, and it's called faggotry. I'm just saying. Are we going to get canceled for this? Are you even worried about getting canceled? I mean,
I don't know what it means. Like, people come up, I'm not a comedian, but, I write.
You're as funny as one.
Oh, well, that's kind of you.
I said that to you last time. I hate when they call you humorous. Because the humorous to me is like, oh, guy is kind of like funny, whereas this guy's very funny. But go ahead.
Well, wait a minute. You were just, what was the question?
Are we going to get canceled, or do you care?
You want to show people or do an interview, that's always a question. All around the world, are you worried about being canceled? And I think, what did I say? And then I realized I don't have a job. But most people have a real job, and they can't say anything on their job. So compared to them, they're hearing things that I'm saying things they could never say at work, but it's nothing. Like
Well, but there are people who say cancel culture isn't a real thing, and I would say to them, it just happened again at the Oscars. Now, you may not think it happened, but the movie that was going to win it all was Amelia Perez, right? And, I got it. Hollywood loved this. They're finally going to have a person who was a trans person. God bless her, and she did a great job. And I read her tweets. It's just a little childlike in her tweets, and that I sent it just a little Kanye-esque. Just whatever's on the brain comes out. I mean, One, Hitler, just don't mention Hitler at all. I feel like it never comes out good. And then some things she said, which are just, oh yeah, you know what? I've said things like that. It's just very, very honest. But of course, for the woke community, it was way too far. And this movie that was going to win it all, it was the front runner, and she was going to get it all, suddenly was out to lunch, and good news for Honora. That's what happened. So, yes, cancel culture is still with us. It may just be a little more subtle.
To me, it's never the things like I had an essay in the New Yorker about my old friend Dawn, who I've known for 50 years, right? And she had a collapsed lung, so she was nervous about COVID. So a couple of years ago, we're at the airport, and I said, she had a mask on. I said, it's time to give it up. Look around. Everyone else, go ahead, take your mask off. So she did. Immediately got COVID, right? But
that is a funny story.
but we've been friends forever.
But she was fine after she got it, right?
It was a little moment in the essay. Anyway, the essay came out, and all these people, oh, you're ableist, and you bullied a vulnerable person into taking a mask on. It's like, the things you think people will be offended by are never things. You can't even guess in advance what they might be.
Correct.
So there's nothing I can do about it.
That's the same. I couldn't agree.
I don't read any of it.
Right, I don't either. But when something gets on through my transom, and I'm like, that's what blew their gasket, I would never have guessed it was that thing.
And anyway. I don't give a thing.
I don't know. Love you for coming by and taking the time. Great to see you. I know you didn't need to. I appreciate it. Cadence and Harris. All right, time to meet our panel. Okay. Hi, you guys. All right, he is a former Democratic senator from Montana and co-hosts the podcast Grounded. John Tester is back with us. And she is the former communications director for President Trump and is currently co-host of ABC's The View, Alyssa Farah Griffin. Okay. So did you watch the speech on Tuesday night, the long 100-minute speech?
Regrettably, but yes.
Okay.
Most of it.
All right. So Trump said some things that were not exactly true. And when I say not exactly, I mean not at all. And I just think we should talk about that by saying, I don't want to talk about that. Because if you're conservative and you see him say many, many things that are not even close to true, you just don't care anymore. This is so baked in the cake. That is who he is. They do not take him literally or think he needs to be taken literally. That's an amazing advantage in politics, I think, but that's in. And if you're a liberal watching MSNBC every day, you're obsessed with this. And you've seen all these things where they exposed it. I'm bored with that shit, okay? This is what he does. I just take everything with a grain of salt. If he says Zelensky's approval rating is 4%, it's 57. It's like, dog years. If somebody says the dog is 4, the dog is 28. So do you agree we should stop obsessing about his lies?
Yes. I think the era of rambling fact checks and going line by line through what he says, I don't know that it matters. I'm actually not convinced Donald Trump is trying to pick up any new voters. All he needs to do is keep his approval rating with the Republican Party roughly where it is. And to be honest, as much as that speech drove me crazy, a lot of people were really happy with it. He threw a lot of red meat to his face. He rattled off things that his voters love. And never mind the lies about Social Security and so on. He gave them a lot of what he's not trying to reach the other side because he doesn't need to anymore.
But he's not going to run again, wink, wink.
Lindsey Graham would say otherwise.
The part about the speech that I thought was pretty amazing is that he talked about a lot of stuff. But Democrats get criticized for not talking about kitchen table issues like cost of groceries and all the things that revolve around inflation and all that. I never heard a lot of solutions in that speech, and I don't know that he cares, as you already pointed out. But in the end, people are still very, very concerned about inflation. They're concerned about the price of food. They're also very concerned about whether we're becoming Putin's best buddy or we're going to maintain the relationships we've had for the last 80 years with folks in Europe and Australia and the Pacific Rim.
Yeah, I guess they are. I mean, to me, the telling line in the speech was when he said, I realize there is absolutely nothing I can say to make them happy or to make them stand or smile or applaud. all about love. You know, he's a little boy who did not get enough love, I guess, and he wants to make them. It sounds like a relationship fight. You know, there's nothing I can say to make you smile. Appreciate me.
And for the Democrats, I think where they made a mistake is they should have had a little fun. And they should have stood up. They said some things that I agreed with. They should have stood up and applauded and cheered and not sat down until they made them sit down for cheering.
That's what drove me crazy, because Trump is good at producing TV. If you didn't agree with the thing he said in that the joint address to Congress, the shouting out of the kid with cancer, the highlighting he caught a terrorist that day, these moms who lost people, those will live online. People are going to see them. It's going to resonate. It pulled my heartstrings, and I can't stand the guy. And Democrats didn't match his theater with equally compelling theater. I mean, if there's no better metaphor for the Democratic Party than a man waving a cane right now.
It was a pretty damn nice cane.
It was a nice cane.
So I asked him to dig up a little piece of tape about, I think this was Biden's last State of the Union address, apropos to who doesn't stand and applaud for what. Biden said he was talking about political violence. And, well, just show it. It speaks for itself.
Political violence has absolutely no place in America, zero place. Again.
So they couldn't stand for that. They couldn't applaud. There's no place for political violence. So it's a two-way street.
Well, they're in the chamber January 6th took place, and so it would be a little too on the nose.
And besides that, just because they didn't do it doesn't mean the Democrats shouldn't have. Yeah. Stand up when he says something right. Give him the applause.
Yeah, right, but that's just not where we are in this country. So here's the quote I thought was apropos of what's going on the left. And by the way, if you watch the speech, I saw mostly the clips of it, and mostly it was people in the audience, the guy with the cane, people with, like, paddles. Oh, there's the cane dude. And then there's, okay, here's our pussy hat uniform. And these, looks like you're at the auction signs. I mean, it was, John Fetterman called it a sad cavalcade of self-owns and unhinged petulance. I love him. I thought he should run last week. The Democrats seem so lost. And here's Jasmine Crockett, who is, I thought, a big leader in the Democratic Party. Her quote is, "This is a terrible nightmare. Somebody slap me and wake me the fuck up because I'm ready to get on with it." On with what would be my first question. And also, this is the way this is like how a podcaster talks or some shit. Fuck it, man. Can you imagine, I don't know, Obama saying, "Oh, fuck, man, dude, this shit is whack, and fuck it, I'm fucking over it." I mean, come on, man.
Also, they're elected members of Congress that, yes, while in the minority, it doesn't mean you have no power. The sort of idea of all you can do is a poorly orchestrated press conference or hold up the sign, it's not really true. Like, get creative with the House rules, see what you can do. I actually, honestly, don't hate the government shutdown idea. I think Democrats need to show that they're willing to play hardball. No one wins in a government shutdown, let's be clear. It's not good for the public, but they need some kind of an actual action beyond just whining outside of the federal building.
And
okay, wait a second. Wait a second.
Where the Democrats missed it is that they could have stood up and brought people in who've been affected by these policies in an incredibly negative way, and there's plenty of them, and talk to those folks and distribute it out so that you're talking to their neighbors.
Okay, I don't know. When the Democrats threaten to do it, it's always the end of the world. How can you do this when you shut down the government? We don't pay our bills and all the rest of the shit that goes on, and you're going to crash the economy. But now it's okay?
No, I did not. I'm not against the government shutdown. I think everybody loses with the government shutdown. It's not the right thing to do, and so they should work together, hopefully in a bipartisan way, to come up with an agreement so that the government stays open, because it is a total waste of taxpayer money and services. It's Elon Musk on steroids. All the services go away.
The only pushback, and by the way, I agree it's not actually good for the country, but a political strategy standpoint, the Republicans control both chambers. underscore that. Say, Mike Johnson, you need to find the votes. Unless
That's true.
it's John Thune, you have to find the votes. Maybe at least take it to the edge as they often do, but there's got to be some sort of owning the power that you have in Congress, or then get out and have it.
There isn't. There isn't. You know what? People come to me all the time when I'm out, like at the Oscar party. They're, Bill, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? I don't know. You're at the Oscar party. Have a great time.
Yeah, exactly.
What are we going to do? Like, your life is falling apart. You fucking fine. No, but, you know, what are you going to do? Be a viable alternative. That's, you can't do anything because you lost the election. You lost all three branches of government. Okay, so you've actually, the only thing you can do is be somebody who, a party who, when the independent voter looks at the scene, says, oh, you know what? I don't like what Trump is doing, but these people are crazier. Now, apropos of this, I know I pick on the New York Times a lot. They should take it as kind of a compliment because they're so influential. But here's the headline yesterday that I thought just says, God, you people don't get it. Headline, party divided, talking about the Democratic Party, party divided on resistance. Stand up to Trump or try to court the center. It's not an or. That is how you stand up to Trump. Right. You court the center. Right. You go to the place where people are going to vote for you.
Yeah, you go to the place where the people are. And that way, those disenfranchised Republicans have a place to land because they don't think the other party's crazy. And if they're able to do that, and you do that by talking about common sense stuff that people deal with every day, if they're able to do that, then I think it is the best remedy to take care of Trump.
I think of you as not quite a radical Democrat, but you couldn't hang on to your seat in Montana.
Well, that's true because there was more people that voted against me than voted for me.
I knew we're not part of it, John. I'm just. But why? I mean,
well, because if you want to know the truth, the top of the ticket lost by what, 30 some points. There is not a person. Yes. That's right. And the truth is the top of the ticket has to at least be competitive if you're going to win in a red state or even a purple state. And the top of the ticket did not perform because I don't think the top of the ticket embraced the issues that Americans were talking about. We got wrapped up in all the castle clusters crap.
And the identity politics. But I thought Alyssa Slotkin did an excellent job laying out the message and the response. Listen, no State of the Union response is going to change the world, but she gave Democrats the playbook to win back the Senate. But they're going to ignore it. Like, if you watch the DNC candidate forum, it was lunatics behaving like lunatics. It was all, say your pronouns, tell me which group you fit into, because we're definitely not bringing groups together. We're dividing them more than ever. And it didn't seem like they learned anything from why people rejected them. If they ran an Alyssa Slotkin message and talked that way, they would get back to being a majority party.
100%.
Okay, well, somebody gets it. Our governor. Did you see what happened this week with our governor? And there's two people made me very happy this week. Him and Amy Coney Barrett. We'll talk about her later. Okay. But he's got a new podcast. And he said, it's based, this is from Politico. Newsom said the creative inspiration for his podcast came from Bill Maher. I'm just telling the news. It's not that it's about me. The provocative HBO roadside host who leans Democratic but has increasingly taken flack from progressives in recent years over his eagerness to criticize the party's woke left flank. That's true. Hey, they wrote a sentence about me in the press. They got it completely right. That's exactly right. Newsom said about Maher, I watch him because I appreciate how he calls balls and strikes. He takes shots at both parties. And he said, they asked him about females in sports. Would you say no to men in female sports? He said, it's an issue of fairness. It's deeply unfair. Okay. It's so funny. Gavin, I do love this because I do think he's a great politician. I know he's slick. Yeah, they said this in that clip. He's a great politician. He's really smart. He can talk great, just digging. And I've always said he would just back to the center. Well, it happened this week. She said, I had one meeting where people started going around the table with pronouns. And I said, what the hell? Why is this the biggest issue? Well, Gavin, like 2 weeks ago, it was the biggest issue for you. But I don't care. I don't care. You made the switch, and I love it. That's what I'm saying. You made the switch, and I love it.
Well, in that statement, Gavin Newsom's 100% correct. And we're talking about a very, very, very small number of people who, by the way, men shouldn't be playing in women's sports. It's a bunch of crap.
Oh, another Democrat saying it.
You know, but the truth is that it is blown so far out of proportion that show me a guy who's playing in women's sports in Montana. I can't wait to see where it's at. Because the truth is, if it happened, it would be big, big, big news. It doesn't happen. And instead, we're talking about that, and Congress is acting on that, instead of acting on the issue.
Nalgas in the cama.
Right. So it is not a big issue, but it does happen. And here's the thing. It's like, of all the things Trump is doing, all this crazy shit, and the other sentence that I think stuck out for me in his speech was, he wants a revolution of common sense. That this guy can even propose to, and then incredibly get the vote of people that he's the common sense guy. That's what Democrats should take to heart. And he's claiming the mantle of common sense, but like this issue, 80% of people are with what you and I just said. Like women should, biological, they shouldn't be in. 80%, and yet that's the one that the Senate votes on this week. The Democrats, they would not go near that, or they actually said, no, we're going to stick with what we're doing. It's such a mistake.
Well, and I did feel like Democrats kind of centered a little bit on the Lincoln-Riley Act. Again, an 80-20, if not a 90-10 issue, that if somebody is here in this country illegally and commits a crime, they should immediately be deported. So there's some movement there. But this issue is going to be a drag. And by the way, like for the LGBTQ community, I'm an ally, I'm sure you are. This is not the issue you need to fight on. 67% of Americans want to see more laws to protect anti-discrimination laws against that community. Those are issues that actually matter. And by the way, how many trans people are elite athletes? Like, I don't know that this is the issue to roll the dice.
It's a common sense issue. Men and women are different in sports, okay? It's just different. Yes, the WNBA, great. But if you played the Lakers, the score would be 100-3. Okay, so we kids can't have it. All right, here's another issue I think that's really interesting that's going on in this country.
You're better than 100-3.
Caitlin Clark's pretty good.
They shoot pretty well.
They do shoot pretty well, but the other guys are taller and stronger. And it's Luka and LeBron James. Okay, it's just, let's just not go there, John. So there's a lot of new stuff that's going on, but one thing we've known about Trump for quite a while is that in the world, the countries that we traditionally like, you know, like England and France, and the people that we traditionally didn't like Saudi Arabia, Russia, so this is not new, but it has changed so fast, especially after that Oval Office meeting last week with Zelensky, that the government has decided they're going to have to do what governments have done over the years. Most famously in World War II, they put out patriotic posters because you have to get the people on board with what you're trying to get them in. Remember those, we can do it, and I want you for the army, and loose lips, all this stuff to exhort the people. So now we have to get them on the page of these are our friends, our new enemies, and vice versa. So would you like to do some of the for example, there's I'm sticking with the Union, a former Soviet Union. Unlike some people, he always says thank you. Your ancestors left for a reason. Watch out for Canada, the quiet, polite neighbor you never suspect. I want you to cut dictators some slack. Support North Korea. When has Dennis Rodman ever been wrong? Stand up to democracy. Wait, what? Okay, so I mentioned Amy Coney Barrett. What is her name? Amy Coney Barrett. Okay, now I certainly have done a lot of jokes about Amy Coney Barrett. I mean, I'm an atheist. She's a crazy Christian. It was a marriage made in comedy heaven. So, and she is not just Catholic. I mean, you know, as an ex-Catholic, I never make any bones about it. I'm bitter. I'm bitter what they did to me. But that's not why I was criticizing her, just because she was literally in kind of that culty kind of, I mean, they made a lot of Handmaid's Tale jokes, but it's very close. I mean, you know, that place that she was in with the, you know, the men have dominion over the women and stuff, that it doesn't exactly get you now as Woman of the Year award. Okay. But, so when she went on the Supreme Court, you know, I threw a fit like everybody else, but you know what? This is so interesting about the Supreme Court, because when you have a job for life, you know what? You don't have to be what people think you were going to be. And she did it. She ruled against Trump in Department of State versus AIDS Vaccine Advocacy Coalition. This is the US AIDS thing, US aid thing. I mean, that's the first thing Elon Musk got rid of is US aid to various countries. Some of it is, I'm sure, bloated and corrupt, and a lot of it was necessary and was keeping people alive. Anyway, she voted against him, and now immediately on the right, I know you were talking about this on your show, she's a rhino. That's a Republican in name only. And she's a traitor and a Judas, and she's got her head up her ass, and worst of all, she's a DEI hire. They went right to that. They went right to it.
I never thought I would live to the day that Justice Amy Coney Barrett is a rhino or a DI hire. This is, by the way, her ruling was actually the constitutional conservative opinion, which is Congress as a co-equal branch is actually who appropriates funding, not the executive branch, and they just can't willy-nilly decide to get rid of it. But also just this idea, this is a woman who was top of her class at Notre Dame. She clerked for Scalia. She has 7 children. We remember the moment in her confirmation hearing. She held up a notepad, had no notes. She is brilliant, even if you disagree with her. And conservatives celebrated her when she got on the court. But because she'd sided against Trump once, she's a rhino, kick her out. I mean, that's the moment we live in.
The problem is people don't understand civics. We can talk about education down the road if you want, but the truth is they don't understand civics. We've got 3 equal branches of government. Congress is AWOL. They have done nothing to put this president in any kind of checks. The only check that's left is the Supreme Court. And if the Supreme Court does their job and follow the Constitution and follows the law, I'm not a lawyer, but if they do their job, this country will survive.
Yeah. But this 3 branches of government stuff, that's been eroding for quite a long time, and from both sides. I mean, it's been a slippery slope. I mean,
we need to dig up Robert Byrd and bring him back. When there was a Republican president, he was liberal. When there was a Democratic president, he was conservative. Why? Because he didn't trust the executive branch, and that's what Congress needs to get back to, in holding the executive branch accountable. And by the way, executive needs all parties.
Yeah. And when he was young, he was in the Klan.
Yeah, I was going to say,
so, you know, not everybody's perfect, exactly. Well, what's going to happen, like, I mean, the tariffs, that's something that if you were in Congress right now, I mean, what would your constituents be saying to you? Because you have a lot of farmers. Aren't there a lot of farmers up there?
I happen to be one of them. Yeah, I'm a farmer.
Oh, that's right.
I can tell you.
That's why you have
yeah, well, that was from, I also cut meat for a while too, so that was, that kind of.
You know, Rahm Emanuel was here last week, and he doesn't have a finger. What is this, a friend now?
I don't want to previously, but Rahm Emanuel was a fighter. This is a real deal, okay?
Right, okay. Well, no one's going to give me the finger on this job. That's going to make sure.
But the truth is it's going to kill ag states. It's going to kill them, both on the market side, because we depend upon exports for our markets, and on the input side, where we buy a lot of our inputs, especially in Montana, right from Canada. Those go up by whatever percent the tariff is. The profit margin isn't high enough, and the only way we get out of that is if Trump starts writing checks to farmers.
But isn't that what he did last time?
Which he absolutely
not exactly Republican, by the way.
No,
old school wasn't.
And by the way, it's not good for agriculture. I mean, they call that socialism, and that's not good. We ought to be dependent on our markets, and they ought to be vibrant markets and competitive markets. we can talk about consolidation and agriculture.
Vibrant competitive. I think what you mean is we need a crypto reserve. I mean, if we're going to talk economics, let's be reasonable people here. So, I mean, this is like, I mean, talk about the grift is in. I mean, this is pretty crazy. I mean, Trump's fans who bought his meme coin have lost $12 billion, I think. 80% of, because I've always
believe they call it a shit coin.
They might actually have one called a shit because one of them, I think, fart coin, or one of them was a joke, and now it's a real. The whole thing is a joke. Always was. It's a Ponzi scheme. There's no there. So of course he embraced it. After first he didn't embrace it, and now we're going to have a reserve. Now a reserve is like we have an oil reserve. That's in case we have an emergency, and then you can tap the reserve. What will we tap here in case Haktua girl like sells out again? I don't even know what a crypto reserve means. Do you?
No.
Great.
I don't.
Okay.
But there's all that crap, and then there's also the fact that people can funnel money into the president and buy the president's goodwill, and they don't necessarily have to be our friend. And,
Yes.
and there's no transparency there whatsoever.
I think that's the
I
reason.
also think we're just in a moment where he's like intentionally creating massive market uncertainty. Like the tariffs, I know Trump believes in them in his bones. That's one of the few policy things he truly believes in. Build a wall, and that tariffs somehow bring down costs for American consumers. Nobody around him actually agrees on this. But the fact that like businesses in America are like, oh, we can't forecast out 6 months or a year because we don't know if we're in a trade war with, our friends to the south or to the north. It's a chaotic way of governing, and I worry that a lot of the voices who are around him the first term that kind of talked him out of some of this chaos and that made him actually build a really thriving economy for most of his term until COVID hit, those aren't the people who are there now.
So you say you can tell that these are the things that are important to him. What? I'm just what? You're so nervous that I'm going to ask you something terrible.
I'm dying to know what you're going to ask me.
How do you know that? I'm not really. Like you work closely with him. How can you tell what? Why do you say that? I'm curious as what are the tells?
Well, having been in a lot of policy meetings on a number of subjects with him, he believes in the border issue. I think he also really likes the branding of the build the wall. But tariffs are something, I think this goes back to like the 90s when he first started talking politics. He believes it's the way to take on the big guys like China, and he thinks that other countries are taking advantage of America. I don't know as a businessman with international businesses why he still thinks this is going to work for us and that he doesn't see that it's a cost to consumers, but it is something he believes in. I think half the things he rattled off in the State of the Union and whatever, he doesn't care about, but he knows his base does, but this is something he really does.
But there's one thing he doesn't understand with tariffs. He thinks the other countries that we're putting tariffs on pay for those tariffs, when it's actually the American consumer that's going to pay for those tariffs.
I mean, I hear that all the time. Everybody on this show says that. I can't believe that's true.
That the American consumers...
No, I believe it is true. I can't believe that he believes that. But there's something else going on here. I think he knows that. I just think there's something about disruption that he likes, that he's comfortable in disruption. Maybe it's what I said in the beginning, he needs love. and somehow this is going to get it for, I don't know. But like a lot of the stuff that he's doing it makes no sense. Some of it, there could be a good side to it because, yes, crazy man says this, and then you see like with Gaza, once they saw that video of the bearded belly dancers and him sitting in the pool with shirtless Netanyahu, they were like, Jesus, we better get a real plan. And they did.
I'm going to go back to the table.
You know what I mean? And I think people, when Kennedy ran, his thing was, let's get the country moving again. That was his slogan. And it was vague. What does that mean? People feel like the country was stuck. And it was in a lot of ways. The Middle East situation, Gaza, it was like, it's been going on forever, more than my lifetime. It's always been the same thing. They hate each other, they fight, and Ukraine, that was a stalemate. And he's like, let's try a new strategy, giving up. Try, and it's just the fact that it's new is good. I feel like that's just as deep as it gets with a lot of people.
He's a businessman. If he truly understands business, he should understand that tariffs aren't good for business.
Yeah.
The second thing is that if you take a look at some of the stuff that he's done to get things unstuck, they're making them worse by getting them unstuck. They're making it worse. Take a look at Ukraine, a country that wanted to be democratic, wanted to be like us, wanted to have freedom and liberty and all that stuff that we have.
They had it.
Yeah.
Maybe.
And he's saying, no. You're going to a communist regime where you can't do anything without being monitored. That's insane. That's not what this country's about at all. It's not my life.
It's not.
To give him some credit, I think that every time he does something chaotic that drives me crazy, like how he's treating Ukraine right now, he then does something people really care about. He has been 10 times more proactive on getting hostages back from Gaza than it felt like the Biden administration. That matters to people. Yeah. It's tangible. Yeah. And I'd also say even some of these things that seem ridiculous and silly, plastic straws. People love plastic straws. They're going to talk about it. It's tangible. It's real. He knows little things to do to make people who are like loosely with him just kind of stick with him enough.
Okay. All right. Thank you, guys. Time for news. Okay. All right, now that Tesla announced a recall of 380,000 vehicles for a steering issue after issuing previous recalls of 240,000 for a backup camera problem and 2 million for an autopilot problem and 1.8 million for detached hoods and over 50 other recalls. Someone must ask Elon, are you sure you're worried about the right employees not doing their jobs? Oh, we kid. The internet has to stop pretending there's a wrinkle cream that can turn back the clock this month. Come on, if rubbing some cream into your face subtracted 20 years from your life, porn stars would look 10 years old. Thankfully, there is still one way for us to look at this and then see this. It's called Budweiser. Someone must tell the man who got arrested for a second time for trying to have sex with a train seat. If you want to get off a train, just wait till the next stop. And the trying to have sex part, if you can't close the deal with the train seat in 10 minutes, you just have no game. Before they built this uniquely shaped hotel in San Diego, they should have considered what it would look like on an exit map. If you get the order to evacuate, please study it before going down. It's really not that different than anywhere else. Have a plan, stay calm, and head for the labia. Before this Rhode Island woman who says she suffers from restless genital syndrome, a condition that causes genital tingling, takes any more extreme measures like having surgery or more operations, she has to do one thing: move her phone. And finally, new rule memo to Democrats: if you ever want to win an election again, the absolute most important first step is stop doing this.
We gather in celebration of the Oscars on the ancestral lands of the Tonga, Tataviam, and Chumash peoples, the traditional caretakers of this water and land.
Yeah, I don't know if we're still saying cringe. But if we are, that's this. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Either give the land back or shut the fuck up. Look, I understand the desire to right the wrongs of the past, especially when you get to take the moral high ground and then build an 8,000 square foot mansion on it. Are they for the mansion people? And I'm sure Julianne Hough is sincere about her love for the Chumash people, but I doubt she drives to work in a canoe. scavengers for acorns, or lives in a dome house made of reeds and dried mud. That's Woody Harrelson. You want to thank a tribe for Hollywood? Start with the Jews. Now, a few weeks ago in New Zealand, a modern, educated, technologically advanced country, they passed a law making a mountain a person. True, because their indigenous people, the Maori, believe that mountains and rivers are their ancestors, and so the mountain has been legally recognized to have all the rights of a human being, which is more than you can say for Bianca Censori. But she is a person, and a mountain isn't. And yet I'm sorry, I mean he, or she, or they, now has all the responsibilities, liabilities, duties, and powers of a human being, which, if you follow that to its logical conclusion, means the mountain can get a driver's license, vote, or adopt a rescue dog, and you should see its dating profile. Can we please get over this idea that ancient people weren't just as full of shit, in fact, more full of shit than humans today? It's so simplistic, this idea of guilt by civilization, that being ancient and indigenous and not us was always better than us. It wasn't. The Maori in pre-colonial times were like most indigenous people, quite warlike, frequently fighting other tribes, with the winners enslaving the losers and even eating them. Yeah, have the mountain tell you that story next time you get it drunk. Today's hippies love to harp on how the 1950s was backward, and 1950s was backward, as every past era was, but somehow they see indigenous life in the 50s as the pinnacle of enlightenment. Besides being ignorant, it's hypocritical because, the ancient lifestyle is available to you. You could live outside and forage for food and wash your clothes in a pond. We have that today. It's called being homeless, and it sucks. She's a fun being alive before anesthetics, or refrigeration, or germ theory, or pork, or FaceTime. Socks are great too. But no, they lived in harmony with nature. Yeah, they had to, because no one had invented the toilet yet. The march of civilization has been bloody and painful, but we generally got to a better place. Not a worse way. And not just technologically, but how we treat each other. You ever see the movie Apocalypto? Where the peaceful, enlightened Mayans built a big ziggurat so they could literally make heads roll in order to appease the gods and make it rain. Yeah, you don't see that on the Land Lakes box. If we're going to do acknowledgments, shouldn't we acknowledge that was kind of fucked up? Did you know that well before 1619, Indians practiced slavery here in America? The Apache, Iroquois, who all tried to wipe out their fellow tribes. It's comforting to think that there was this peculiar time and place before white guys in suits, when everyone was a gentle, nature-loving child who split their time between riding deer and drinking too. But it's just not true. What the European invaders did to the Indians, not good, but also not unusual. American Indians waged wars constantly, like Blake Lively. And And the Comanche were polygamists whose leaders could bear children with a dozen women, like Elon Musk. Ancient horseshit isn't any better than its modern version. That's all I'm saying. Today in America, we have something called corporate personhood, which has gone a long way to corrupting our elections. But that's what we go by. That corporations are people. They're not. And neither are mountains. Okay, that's our show. I want to thank my guests, John Testis, Melissa Farley Griffin, and David Sedaris. Now go watch Overtime on YouTube. Thank you, folks.
You walk on the puppy float like the puppy, you see. Puppy, it's all right. She's a puppy and a puppy. Baby dog. Baby and a puppy doggy and a puppy doggy and a baby dog. Puppy dog. Puppy dog. She's a little puppy dog. She's a little puppy dog.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Sabrina Carpenter.
This is the one and only Paul Simon.
I sang that song with George Harrison on Saturday Night Live in 1976.
I was not born then, and neither were my parents.
I'm glad I'm getting a chance to hear it tonight. Sitting in a railway station, ticket for my destination. Headed to the one night stand with my suitcase and guitar. Waiter stopped with his usual crowd for a poet and a one-man band. I wish I was down. Tonight I'll sing my songs to him, play the game and pretend. But all my words come back to me, shades of mediocrity, emptiness and harmony. I need someone to comfort me. Oh, wish I It's Saturday night. It's the Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary special with musical guests Paul Simon and Sabrina Carpenter. Miley Cyrus and Brittany Howard. Lil Wayne and The Roots. And Paul McCartney. Ladies and gentlemen, Steve Martin. Good evening, and welcome to the 50th anniversary of Saturday Night Live. I'm Steve Martin, Saturday Night Live's newest diversity hire, and what a thrill it is to be here. When I heard that SNL wanted to do an anniversary special, I literally wanted to leap into the air, and the only reason I didn't is because at the time I was wearing a short skirt with no underwear. Now, I can't believe I even made it here in time. It was only a few days ago that Lauren told me I was doing the monologue, and I was actually vacationing on a friend's boat down in the Gulf of Steve Martin, and it took me a while to get here, but I did. Now, Saturday Night Live, as you know, turned 50 years old this year, and I turned 79. But I feel like I'm 65, which is also not good. Now, seriously, I do not mind getting older. Do you think these hearing aids make my ass look smaller? And I'm still learning about life. Actually, my wife was a very smart, wise person, taught me something the other day. She sat me down and she said, Steve, you know, babies don't get sarcasm. And I realized I've been wasting my time going up to strollers on the street and saying, oh, what a cute
she's a fuck, she's a fuck, she's a fuck, she's a fuck, in the fuck.
Now, you're going to see a lot of familiar things tonight. Musical guests, cameo appearances, the news, and this is the monologue. Traditionally, the weakest part of the show. Yes, the monologue is like a rent-controlled tenant. It's not going anywhere, even though it stinks. And there's so many members of the SNL family here tonight. The great Bill Murray is here. We wanted to make sure that Bill would be here tonight, so we didn't invite him. And David Letterman is here. Dave, thanks for leaving the sheep at home. And we can't forget the writers who have always been the heart and soul of SNL. In fact, let's please have the great writers from the past 50 years stand up and take a bow. By the way, that tribute to the writers was written by AI. Here. Oh, you would if you'd ever come to rehearsal. By the way, congratulations on the Emmy win. Nope. Emmy nomination? Nope. Grammy win? Nope. Grammy nomination? No. Golden Globe win? No. Golden Globe nomination? There you go. Yes, sir. Thank you. You know, we writers really appreciated that tribute, but I believe that the heart and soul of this show is the celebrity hosts, many of whom are in this room tonight. You know, as I look around, I see some of the most difficult people I've ever met in my entire life. Over the course of 50 years, 894 people have hosted Saturday Night Live, and it amazes me that only 2 of them have committed murder. Each week, a new celebrity host comes in with their own dynamic, and they throw everything off. But not you, Steve, because you have no dynamic. Ladies and gentlemen, the only Canadian who wasn't in Schitt's Creek. Wait a second. I thought we were hosting together. Oh, do you have your passport on you? No. Hi, get up. No. All right, now face me. Ming Ming. Mike Myers. Jim Carrey. Son of a bitch. You know, Marty and I have been working together so long that we can actually finish each other's careers. Now, I hope that you are enjoying my monologue tonight, but if you aren't enjoying it, maybe you should get up and take a good look at yourself in the mirror and say to yourself, what have I become? This can't be Steve's fault. And ask yourselves, when did I abandon joy? And what can I bring to the monologue as an audience member?
Thanks.
We've got a great show tonight. We have a great show. Paul Simon was here, Sabrina Carpenter was here, Bill Murray was here, David Letterman was here, John Mulaney was here, Mark Short. It's called front loading. And we'll be back tonight.
We should go to T-Mobile. You can trade in a broken phone, and they'll give you a brand new iPhone 16 Pro on them. Where did you get them? It was under my seat. When's this thing over?
At T-Mobile, new and existing customers get iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. Trade in your busted old phone. Plus, families can switch and save 20% versus the other big guy's best plan, plus streaming.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With Venture X, earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy and get access to over 1,000 airport lounges. Open up a world of possibilities with Capital One. What's in your wallet?
As they launch lashes in sky high.
Maybe she's a puppy, Maybe
It starts in darkness. And then suddenly, out of the darkness, energy. Things from milk from shots to espresso, shaking, 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 10 times, no more, no less. This is the story of God and company. The Starbucks you love is ready.
Our wire, Moneymore. I'll be in tow.
Let's welcome that friend, shall we?
Wow. Well, there's some interesting perspective. Wow. I mean,
over in just one wash.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check first that you bought seats in the right section. Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Institution. Streaming now on Peacock.
this is PBS.
What a wonderful evening filled with so much whimsy and wonder. And please give another big hand to Florian Front, our body contortionist. Is it me or did his mouth get dangerously close to his funny cheeks? Anyway, our next act is no stranger to our stage, all the way from the Finger Lakes. It's the Maharel sisters. And you know what they say about the Finger Lakes. At first, you might only want one finger, but soon you'll be asking for all five. Sorry, there should have been a lake in there somewhere. And running the sisters tonight is a special guest. He's a handsome, young, dark-haired alcoholic everyone's been talking about. It's Robert Goulet.
Hi everyone, it's me, Robert Goulet. You learn my motor hosey? Just rolled in from a rally in Sturgis, South Dakota. 100 miles an hour, no bathroom breaks, no time to stop. You know the rest. Now let's get to those golden Goulet pipes. Need some woman company to get me through the day. It's been so long, just me and me, no woman, just Goulet. If I don't see a woman soon, no telling what I'll do. So you just got to live it. Or one, or three, or two, right it under your bed. Jump, get off of the door. Oh my God. Did they put LSD in my Caesar salad, or do I see three beautiful ladies hitchhiking my way?
We'd love to sit right by your side, and then we hope you will decide which one of us will be your bride.
Whoa, volume! I took out my breath. And did you say bride? Buy a guy a Caesar salad first. Call back. I don't even know your names.
that's easy. I'm Janice.
Oh, Janice alert.
I'm Holly.
Like the rich.
Sisters, cute as cute can be. Soon you'll fall for one of us three. We keep forgetting Mom had four. I came out of a different hole.
If you're trying to do the math on that one, when you think of the hole it should be, it's the one behind that. Okay, goodbye. Can you come over here? I want to talk to you in private. No, not those private. A private conversation. There's nothing to hear down there, believe me. Let's go. Jesus the heck? Let's wrap this bastard up. I'll think. I don't know how to choose. Normally I love booze. Just not sure of how I feel.
Then let's try to seal the deal with a kill.
Oh, now we're talking.
With a snuggle.
Finally, some comfort. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think I love you. Yes, I love you. And there's nothing you could say that would change my mind.
I put a bird in my mouth and I went to the movies and I laughed at the movie. Then the bird flew out, but the bird choked on popcorn and I gave it CPR. And the bird flew away when I counted and ate it raw. Is that bad?
Wow, to think I almost picked Kim Kardashian.
Isn't love wonderful? And by wonderful I mean visually upsetting. Thanks once again to 3 of the 4 Maharal sisters.
Denise, I got the motorcycle helmet made for you. Come here.
The Lars Rock Show is brought to you by Stoneberg for TV Breakfast, and Dr. Wilson's Sleeping Fudge. We'll be right back.
Sleeping fudge.
Eat my ball. You can eat my ass. You can eat my ass.
We both said the same thing when we walked out of the room. in great spirits, physically feels really good, and most of all, loves this football team that he's playing with right now.
First road game of his distinguished career was right here back in September of 2001. With his 150th career touchdown last week, and here on 3rd and 12, Rivers lost it. Boyd got the feet down right by the Cowboys sideline, and then some catch at the 37. Malcolm Boyd for 24.
I'll tell you what, first off, couple things. Look at that route. And this San Diego group of receivers, it's like they're in a sprint, and the starter's pistol goes off, and they fly down the field. Hard to bump up because they have so many weapons, and the biggest thing of all, Phillip Rivers has big windows or areas to throw the football because they're all so tall.
Right by his Chargers teammates who made certain that everyone knew the catch was good. Brandon Seiler, arms in the air. Now Rivers rolling out first down. He's got his man here. It's Chris Wilson. Back up tight end, but only his second catch of the year. Chased down by Keith Brooking. And it's a big play, 24 yards.
Yeah, this is the play North Turner has been running a long time. They call it the old shoot screen because everybody's going to the right side. And then you see Chris Wilson going the other way, and you go, oh, shoot. And it makes it hard for Brooking to see that, and it happens like out of nowhere so fast. Every time I see it run in the NFL, everybody does it. It seems to work.
Chris Wilson, former Chief, second catch of the season. He split wide to the left. At the Dallas 41, now they bring him back in tight out of the gun. Tomlinson. Heavy traffic, only a yard. The Cowboy defense, by the way, stingiest in the league in first quarter points allowed. In fact, they have not given up a point. Faced down by Keith Brooking. And it's a big play. 20. This is, of course, with his ties to TCU, family in the stands, and here is LT just after the line of scrimmage. So they come out pass and then LT on second down, and that'll be third and long for the Chargers.
Well, we had a chance last night to talk to LaDainian Thomas and Jim, and I think that we both said the same thing when he walked out of the room. It's great spirits, physically feels really good, and most of all, loves this football team that he's playing with right now.
First road game of his distinguished career was right here back in September of 2001. With his 150th career touchdown last week, and here on 3rd and 12, Rivers lost it. Boyd got the feet down right by the Cowboys sideline, and it's a catch at the 37. Malcolm Boyd for 24.
I'll tell you what, first off, couple things. Look at that route. And this San Diego group of receivers, it's like they're in a sprint. And the starter's pistol goes off, and they fly down the field. Hard to bump up because they have so many weapons. And the biggest thing of all, Phillip Rivers has big windows or areas to throw the football because they're all so tall.
Right by his Chargers teammates who made certain that everyone knew the catch was good. Brandon Seiler, arms in the air. Now Rivers rolling out first down. He's got his man here. It's Chris Wilson. Back up tight end, but only his second catch of the year. Chased it.
Has big windows or areas to throw the football because they're all so tall.
Right by his Chargers teammates who his career was right here back in September of 2001. With his 150th career touchdown last week, and here on 3rd and 12, Rivers lost it. Boyd got the feet down.
Loves this football team that he's playing with right now.
First road game of his distinguished career was right here back in September of 2001. With his 150th career touchdown last week, and here on 3rd and 12, Rivers lost it. Boyd got the feet down right by the Cowboys sideline, and it's a catch at the 37. Malcolm Boyd for 24.
I'll tell you what, first off, couple things. Look at that route. And this San Diego group of receivers, it's like they're in a sprint. And the starter's pistol goes off, and they fly drive down the field. Hard to bump them because they have so many weapons. And the biggest thing of all, Phillips Rivers has big windows or areas to throw the football because they're all so tall.
Right by his Chargers teammates who made certain that everyone knew the catch was good. Brandon Seiler, arms in the air. Now Rivers going again. First down, he's got his man here. It's Chris Wilson. Back up tight end, but only his second catch of the year. Chased down by Keith Brooking. And it's a big play of 24 yards.
Yeah, this is the play North Turner's been running a long time. They call it the O-shoot screen because everybody's going to the right side. And then you see Chris Wilson going the other way, and you go, oh, shoot. And it makes it hard for Brooking to see that. And it happens like out of nowhere so fast. Every time I see it run in the NFL, everybody does it. It seems to work.
Chris Wilson, former Chief, second catch of the season. He split wide to the left. Up at Dallas 41. Back again, tied out of the gun. Tomlinson. Heavy traffic on the yard. The Cowboy defense, by the way, stingiest in the league in first quarter points allowed. In fact, they have not given up a point in the first quarter in the last 5 weeks. So Shamsky going against his old team, coming over as a free agent. And Ware, I talked about his matchup with McNeil. 9 sacks.
Baby, she's a duck, she's a duck, she's a duck, she's a duck. There you go. There you go.
And it's coming back to Rivers. He's looking along to Floyd. And there's contact. And there is a flag. So the Chargers' trickery catches the Cowboys in a situation where they commit the pass interference. But they'll be set up inside the 5. That sensible is going to be called for the infraction.
Yeah, it's really just the phrase, the moment of truth. You think you're behind, but Sensible had good position all over the receiver.
Pass interference. Defense. Number 33. Spot foul. Automatic. First down. It's a 38-yard penalty. They've run the Wildcat, if you will, with LT in recent weeks.
And here's what happens, Jim. They're not fooled. The defense stays back. But Phillip Rivers goes, hey, but what the heck? Throw a jump ball to your receivers who are the best in the NFL at doing it. And Sensible thinks because it's a trick play, he's out of position. He panics. Gets the pass in quick.
On first and goal, LT looking for the end zone. And he stopped just short.
You know, I'll tell you, there's so many problems that come up when you play the San Diego Charger offense. If you're aggressive, you play these guys man-to-man, you're going to lose that battle down the field. Then if you try to play conservative, you're so good at protecting. Phillip Rivers throws the open spaces behind the receivers. You lose that battle team. So your offense, it knows it has to come out and score points to play the Chargers.
Second and goal. Tomlinson again, and LT has the touchdown. And right here to celebrate. Remember, they had 3rd and 12 back on their own 14. The Chargers.
Yeah, they did. They just showed everything on this drive, Jim. The screen pass across the field, able to go down the field. Phillip Rivers, man, he knows how to celebrate a TV. But it's okay. It's exciting. It's a thrilling moment. So have fun with it.
First time Cowboys have given up the first quarter touchdown. The last 7 games, Bailey hurts a bit, but tries to improve. Another touchdown for the Hall of Famer. First possession touchdown for the Chargers.
Being from Texas, I was a big Cowboys fan, so Emmitt Smith was my main guy. I was 12 years old when I went to Emmitt Smith football camp. Seeing Emmitt Smith and being able to hear him talk to us, it made me believe.
Ellie was born in Rosebud, Texas, raised in the Waco area. Was a fullback until his senior year at University High. Converted to running back and only recruited by North Texas University and TCU. And he's got the record now 9 straight seasons with at least 10 touchdowns. And that's his number 5 from his Horned Frog days. And he's planning on being at the Fiesta Bowl to watch his undefeated TCU team take on Boise State.
And no running out this time for Felix Jones, who had that big run back that opened the game. It's 7-3. San Diego, first quarter.
The NFL on CBS is sponsored by New York Life, the company you keep, and by Bud Light, with a just right taste that's not too heavy, not too light. The difference is drinkability.
Who is it? Who is the greatest Super Bowl quarterback of all time? Go to CBSSports.com/Sims. Cast your vote. See the results Super Bowl Sunday on Phil's All Iron Team Super Bowl edition.
Yep, help me pick it out. Go on there and vote.
Already voted for you 5 times. Here's Romo first down. He is robbed back at the 8. That's Brandon Seiler again.
What I notice a lot when you watch the San Diego Chargers defense, it's Sean Merriman goes inside. There is nobody there to pick up the next blitzer. And look what they do. They cross, and they do time it well. So you have to be careful. If your job is to block somebody, he's a linebacker, and he doesn't blitz right away, they wait till you commit to block somebody else. Then they come, and it's been successful, and it was that time from Chargers.
Really a 10-yard sack. Makes it 2nd and 20 for the Cowboys. They'll go gun. Look out. Almost a play on the safety. And he whips it ahead to Felix Jones for about 6. Improvising Romo.
Yeah, he gets away from Larry English. What a job. Tony Romo. It's like a clinic. When quarterbacks get in trouble, they tell you to dip your shoulders. There's a nice dip. Keeps him from having a safety. Good job by Larry English. So the Chargers coming out actually a little more impressive than what they're doing on the defensive side, and I thought they would be.
Their first-round pick, Larry English, forcing that hurry. Picks up only 2, actually, so it's 3rd and 18. The sharp choice in the Cowboy lineup. Roy Williams has the catch, but it's not going to be enough for a first. Comes back to get it at the 25. Draws a little bit with Cromartie. Picks up 14.
Yeah, really good job. That's another thing this Chargers defense has done well. Playing game situations. The corners, they put a lot of pressure on Quentin Gamer and Tony Cromartie, but they know when to take chances and go for interceptions. That time, let them get the completion down the field. Doesn't matter. They got to play.
And it's McGuire. Still sticking back at the 25. Secured at the 24. 50-yard boost. They throw it right down the field the first time. Tonight, 60 Minutes, a special interview with the president about Afghanistan, the economy, even the gate crashers. 60 Minutes with President Obama tonight on CBS. Here come the Chargers from the 25. They got Tomlinson lined up wide left. They go middle with Gates. Gates.
You have to be careful if your job is to block somebody's.
2007 Patriots Chargers. $1994 Steelers Chargers.
Third yard and he's pulled back by Garrett Pennington, the safety up on the line of scrimmage. And we'll see if they give forward progress for the first down. That appears to be short.
Dick, we were warned by people from San Diego that they did not want these Pittsburgh running backs turned loose on their defensive backs.
Jerry Austin, the referee, will ask for an official measurement.
If the sticks are placed correctly across the way, they need to be right on the 38-yard line for the first down. It's not quite there.
Yeah, near side is the real stick. Far side is the estimate. Yeah, is the estimate.
Bobby Ross, like Coward, his third season in the National Football League. A man whose team was picked by almost everyone to finish fifth out of 5 teams in the AFC West.
What mean that, Drew? For what they lost. All the offense that they lost, I didn't think they had any chance. Not for what they didn't have, it's for what they had lost.
Right. But San Diego's machinery put together and coached so outstandingly by Bobby Ross. Now 4th and inches. Was rejected, but was able to slide off, and it appears edged forward for the first down.
I don't know.
It's a good spot.
A very good spot. Generous spot. Always wondered about that. You know, you have the top rushing team in the NFL, and I realize the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Don't take a chance on the handoff, but you're paying some big people an awful lot of money to flex that off. Quarterback, now he's the TV star. How's he going to get to the front?
Well, this quarterback doesn't care about being the TV star, so I'd rather go one point off and be out at the public side. So it is frozen. The Steelers get the first down with 9 minutes plus. Up to this first down. Dominated by the Steelers. Within 7 of it.
And the top one gets for San Diego because they're a team that dominates. And when you dominate, a team that likes to dominate, it really psychologically hurts. Pressing and pressing, blocking and lobbing, dominating and dominating. Somebody can say something that's 85 shows up, he's wide open with miscommunication.
There's Green who's somewhere around 280 pounds. He couldn't convince any of the Chargers who left the penalties that way.
Yeah, he said, if the Chargers are weak guy, it's ready. This guy, no, it's ready.
Split through the blockers and put that one
statement by Pittsburgh. Don't run the ball in here. I mean, they didn't gain a yard.
Carney, what amounts to an extra point for 3, a 20-yarder. Whoa, he just did. Sidewind that one through, and San Diego gets 3. Rod Woodson was the man firing in the ball.
Yeah, Dick. San Diego gets stopped here. This is the third down play. They do get points. They do get points. But Pittsburgh wins that series.
And with 3:41 left in the half, it's 7-3.
From behind the offense, you're going to see Joe Kokozo get stood straight up by Buckner, 96. Means runs right into his back, 91 Kevin Green. Levon Kirkland. Man, there's a lot of Pittsburgh Steelers. That's 3 of the stiffest stops I've seen in a professional football game.
3 tries by Means, a -1 total. And that 46-yard penalty against Figures actually becomes a 4-point plus for the Steelers. So that could have been a touchdown. Johnson at the 10. At the 27-yard line.
Look at this meeting on the sideline. Young man, 22 years old, Nate Means, calling his offensive line together and said, I've still got faith. We're still in this game. Keep plugging.
O'Donnell tipped incomplete. Eric Green, the tight end, the target, and Junior Seau in the midst of things again.
Now, last week, Junior only had 4 tackles. And some people were saying, well, he didn't have a particularly good game. But when you game plan away from Junior Seau, he's not going to have many tackles. Here, he's doing a lot of coverage for San Diego and been all over the football field. He read it wrong. Green turned in. O'Donnell threw it out.
O'Donnell started 9 for 11, but he's made only 3 of his last 10. Steelers passing more than they're running. O'Donnell again to throw. Incomplete. Broken up. Yancey Thickman by veteran Dwayne Harper, acquired by the Chargers this year, an unrestricted free agent from Seattle.
Dick again, Pittsburgh using the crossing pattern. See the coverage with Harper and just almost a foot race across there. Harper does an excellent job in coverage. Of course, somewhere on his body, Yancey Thickman has that terrible towel.
Last week against Cleveland, scored the touchdown, and like a magician, brought out the terrible towel, and that really caused 3 members to explode. Stanley Richard makes the tackle, 18 yards on 3rd and 10.
This is a shotgun formation, rather unusual. Just a straight zone run by San Diego. Good patience by Neil O'Donnell and excellent protection by Gross. Neil O'Donnell has taken a lot of heat here in Pittsburgh, but he's only thrown 9 interceptions, and 4 of those came in one game against Seattle. He protected the ball very well. Everyone wants him to complement the offense, not be the offense.
At 3:20 from North Carolina submarines.
And if you can do that, get these running backs from Pittsburgh. Here's Reuben Davis. He's tilted on the nose, shoots the gap. If you can get these guys before they get underway, there he beats Dermontti Dawson. That's saying something. We featured him. Davis at 320 pounds. Foreman's dislocated elbow. Still coming back from it. Excellent strength up there and a good play.
2:06 left. He might get 1 play off before the 2-minute timeout. Pittsburgh with the yards, but the score 7-3. Second and
Baby,
13.
go. Baby, she's a puppy dog. Yeah, puppy dog. Yeah, baby, dog.
The start of the 50-yard line. Mims was putting pressure on the Pittsburgh.
Again, a nice little waggle here by Neil O'Donnell. Mims is handled, and the running back release, or the wide receiver release is Ernie Mims. taking a high percentage completion. Protect the football, especially here at the end of the first half. Third and 5.
Familiar theme. When they need yardage, over the middle. Hastings, first down inside the 35, his fourth catch.
And Pittsburgh goes right back to the line of scrimmage. It was Darren Carrington, 29, the safety in coverage.
Minute and a half left. Hastings again. Throwing that familiar number 88. That's Lynn Swan graced in his championship years here in the 70s.
Hastings, an excellent job there. His feet slipped out from underneath. He still got up and made the catch.
Throws it away. There's a case where a skilled veteran quarterback, knowing that, wow, somebody should be open, let's not take a chance.
Sure.
He might have forced that one 3 years ago.
Yeah, and that's part of the learning that you have to do in the NFL. I mean, all these guys, I shouldn't say all of them, most of them come into the NFL with cannon arms. And their tendency is, when in trouble, zing it in there. And the guys with the strongest arms, I believe, have the most to learn. That is, throw it away. We got another down.
Third and 5. This is getting obvious, isn't it? This time it's Mills open over the middle, and Richard gets him inside the 15. Pittsburgh has only one timeout left. See if O'Donnell downs the ball. It stops the clock with 48 seconds left in the half. Aiding San Diego up over the middle.
Yeah, and Dick, again, Junior Seau faking the blitz at the line of scrimmage opens up the entire defense for O'Donnell to find the receiver. See if we can see 55. He's just over to the right. See, there's the opening. I mean, the man in coverage, Willie Parks, needs some help inside. Now, let's see what Junior Seau is doing. Again, threatening the line of scrimmage. If he locks out, he takes himself out of the air. But that's by design. I mean, Arnsberger has him up there by design. He's not freelancing there, but Pittsburgh is taking advantage of it.
Intended for Charles Johnson. Drive is down. And it's against the Steelers.
I don't think the Pittsburgh in the first half is penalty.
Oh, number 72 of the offense. They are on serious third down. Third year tackle from Miami, Florida.
You got Ray Johnson outside. And then got that hand in the spot where his feet slip out. And it's tough as an official not to call that as holding. You know, I mean, he may not have held, but the way that Johnson went down, it's hard not to call a holding.
O'Donnell averaged only 26 pass attempts per game this year. He's already thrown 29 in the first half. Again, that's the timeout Williams. And that didn't fool the Chargers. That's what you do is you put that quarterback in a situation where he's almost got to throw into the end zone, and what if he throws a pick and you've lost the opportunity? Here's Anderson, one of the better pitchers. Missed only 5 all season and had a run of 19 in a row. He's the number 4 scorer in field goals all time. This is 39 yards. And he's right there. 10-3 Pittsburgh.
I think that's a great choice by Bill Cowher. This is a relatively young coach, just his third year. And there, you don't have time to run any play if it's part of the field of play and still get your field goal team on. So let's take the sure field goal. We've played a very good first half here. We've dominated. The only thing we haven't done is score points.
They're trying to keep it away from Andre Coleman, who returned 90 yards for a touchdown against the Steelers. But Coleman does get the ball on the bounce. And returns to the 29 with 2 seconds left in the half. Greg Congy makes the tackle, number 36. Well, Humphreys and the offense come out for a final play of the half.
But I'm San Diego. Well, I'm breathing a sigh of relief. We only trail by 7. We're in great shape here. Let's not mess around with it. Hey, we're a second-half team. We've proven a lot of times this year. We don't mind this first half. Let's start having the ball over 22 minutes of the 30 this half. And lead 10-3. Steelers will kick it off to San Diego. As looked at it, a plan for this first possession against the team unbeatable when leading at halftime. And Pittsburgh is on their last streak here at Three Rivers. Andre Coleman, the deep end for the Chargers. And that's the favor with the new rules because the San Diego Chargers get the ball at the 40-yard line. 30 yards on the spot of the kick. Well, Stan Humphries, the only completion was that little swing pass to Means that Means ran the 15 yards. Yeah, make sure you understand, this is gross yards. We gave you net yards in the first half pass. The net yards is 1 of 5 for 10 net yards.
And O'Donnell is very busy trying more passes in the first half and his average for a whole game of the regular season.
One thing that Deion Figures does is watch him pin Mark up against the sideline. So he's got no room to adjust to the pass. So he can kind of hear his incline, and here, there. That's slow dancing. That's what it is. It's just slow dancing.
Some of those kids on the sideline with those cereals that are growing up, they saw those things and
But they step back and unit there for a few years here in Pittsburgh. Wanted to get something going after a team. He made a poor choice.
Woodson's interception gives the Steelers the ball at their 44. For the running game, and Dan Morris not very close to start the second half. His first carry, and Ruben Davis says hello, no gain.
That's the problem with the Pittsburgh running game. Foster gets tired, what do? They bring in a sticker guy. Dan Morris, he's a young one now. Morris goes out, they bring Foster back in. All fullback.
But he gets bookings, 8:51. Foster's yardage. Morris in his first year in the league, 8:36.
Anderson.
With my little name, you can let on the crazy days and things. With my great, you can go ahead and let me say, upon my desert, you can go ahead and let on my phone. You can go ahead, you can go ahead and lazy looks like you. You can let on like Susie Dizzy did. Suck my dick.
Between Deion Sanders and Ron Woodson. Deion is a great coverage guy, but doesn't like to get dirty or make hits. Woodson will. In a moment's notice, no question about it, Woodson will support. He did get help from Levon. Brooklyn, the linebacker. Woodson at 200 pounds. That's why he made all 76ers first week team. The complete package. First down. Mitchell's shoulder. Mitchell at a real problem of running before you have the ball. And it kind of looked like he was wearing a bulletproof vest there. That maybe just ricocheted off his hands. The Chargers have tried to hit every page in their playbook here to throw the ball down the field. Larry Johnson on the side. Give me a chance to catch it. Please. Or the Cleveland Browns can identify. This can't they? Yeah, maybe it's Three Rivers Stadium. Maybe it's that Pittsburgh defense that has everyone jittery. There's a catch, and this time Sean Jefferson appears to be close to a first down. They have it at the 43 of Pittsburgh. Woodson makes the tackle. 11 yards on the play. And a good block by Natron to help Humphries. Kept him clean, and always a little bigger star on your helmet when you catch a pass in front of Rod Woodson. But here's watch Means on the left. Comes back in and gets Chad Brown 94. Excellent job by Natron Means. Brown must have thought he had a clear shot at Humphries. Makes the big tackle. Capuno, no one picked him up. The H-back Capuno is in the end zone. Touchdown. No flags. No flags. Somebody inspired Bills and beat this morning at Three Rivers Stadium. Capuno, primarily a blocker and H-back. He's the man in motion often. No one picked him up. 43-yard touchdown, and San Diego, with 8 minutes left in the third quarter, very much in it. Drop coverage. They ran play action right at Capuno, and everybody expected the run. He released free, and Humphries makes the completion. Those are the hardest ones to catch, Dick. They are most difficult. Dick, as this play begins, it's play action right to Capuno. You see 37 Cornell Lake bites, 21 Deion Figures bites. He is wide open, lumbers into the end zone. Yeah. So the Bolts, as they call him in San Diego, have front with a man undrafted out of Weber State, Alfred. and Rod Woodson. Deion is a great coverage guy, but doesn't like to get dirty or make hits. Woodson will. In a moment's notice, no question about it, Woodson will support.
He did get help from Levon. Kirkland, the linebacker. But Woodson at 200 pounds. That's why he made the all-75th anniversary team. It's a complete package. First down. Oh, no. Shannon Mitchell's shoulder. Mitchell at proverbial problem of running before you have the ball.
And it kind of looked like he was wearing a bulletproof vest there. That maybe just ricocheted off his hands. The Chargers have tried to hit every page in their playbook here to throw the ball down the field. Riley Johnson and Machado, give me a chance to catch it. Please.
On the Cleveland Browns to identify where this gets us.
Yeah, maybe it's Three Rivers Stadium.
Maybe it's that Pittsburgh defense that has everyone shivering. There's a catch, and this time Sean Jefferson appears to be close to a first down. They have it at the 43 of Pittsburgh. Woodson makes the tackle. 11 yards on the play. Now it's blocked by Nathan to help Humphries.
Kept him clean. Always a little bigger still on your toes when you catch a pass in front of Rod Woodson. Here's watch Means on the left. Comes back in and gets Chad Brown underneath him. Excellent job by Nathan Means.
Browns up the 30 and a clear shot at Humphries. Takes the lead wide open. Papuno, no one has picked him up. The H-back Papuno. It is in the end zone. Touchdown. Stadium. Papuno, primarily a blocker and H-back. He's the man in motion often. No one picked him up. 43-yard touchdown in San Diego with 8 minutes left in the third quarter. Very much in it.
Drop coverage. They went play action right at Papuno. And they expected the run. Really, Humphries reached the completion. It was a highly point to kick. Defenses play begins. It's play action right to Papuno. You see 37 Cornell H-backs, 21 Ian Bridges fights. He is wide open, longest in the end zone. Yes.
The Colts as they go in San Diego, and it starts with a man undrafted out of Weber State, Alfred Papuno, born in Tulsa. Let's go back to the scores. Greg Gibson, whose responsibility is to watch this, they're all taking runs. Here's the field who releases up there. No one even looks at it. They're totally disregarded.
And Humphries is in, please. Let me get over Papuno saying, please, let me catch it. Papuno is junior stay-out really long road. Post-town celebrate. And they're saying here with the offense, they all started running the offensive end to Stan Black, Courtney Hall, Swain on the left, Humphries. They're trying to design and draw something here for the federal running game in this second half.
Well, let's go back to Papuno's touchdown again.
You see this wide open, the ball is coming in, it's not spinning, all kinds of things need to happen where Papuno goes, bring it in.
It's a big celebration. We've got this board lined up. It's like from the top of the coconut and bringing the juice, but it's also a pineapple. The silver packets out there, pineapple. We need more laughter. Business, you know, that's what it's for.
Looks like he should have at least. The only I can say is watch the 5-yard shot rule. Wayne Hopper spins around, their contact there. Yeah, that's an illegal shot. There's no question about that. But the receiver then goes out of bounds. I'm not sure the ball was catchable.
Rod Woodson going to do his own officiating, and he's going to have to go back to work as Royals. Waiting for Dorton at the 27. 6:54 left in the third, a 3-point game. William Stanley Humphries, he was drafted in the 6th round by Pete Wentz for the Cowboys of Louisiana. He finished 4 years, 4 touchdowns for the Redskins. Joel Steed, 93, the big nose man, able to come over and plow through the blocks.
You mentioned Joe Gibbs. This is the play made famous by that group, the counter. You see Nate Trivese has his hand on Ike Davis, just puts his hand right on his hip and just rides him right up through the hole. There's Joe Gibbs watching.
You think he's in this today?
He likes to see that counter series that they started in St. Louis from to San Diego back to Washington still working. He couldn't make up his mind. Marco was watching Marseille. He's running the delay. And one thing you have to do as a receiver, especially with underneath patterns, is be decisive. And he stopped. See, Humphries is waiting for him. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? He changed his mind. And he started up again. And Humphries threw behind him. That's just that communication. Watch him. See, he can't make up his mind what he's going to do. When he moves, Humphries throws for him where he was.
Humphries insane. That was the connection. Winning touchdown last week against Miami. And the play that flag is down. Brenson Buckner, the rookie from Clemson, the big defensive end at 305, made the flag swat. But Steelers are signaled offside. Number 97 signed up in the year for ball. Defense offside. 5 yards. Leonard Burger, veteran Ray Seals, acquired from Tampa Bay as an unrestricted offside.
And interesting thing about Ray Seals, you mentioned Tampa Bay. At one time, Ray Seals, Sean Lee, Ruben Davis, and Harry Swain, the offensive tackle in San Diego, were all defensive linemen in Tampa. You want to know why I don't win? Just because he goes someplace else and they play in a conference championship game.
They train him and move him on out.
Steve Jones, he's playing well in the tackle.
San Diego discovered the only way to stop Stevie Young was to keep him off the game. Very well, early on in the late Ruben Davis and Chargers, they got the first stop outside of the center. This is the most league that I
Something that Nixon would have thought himself. So figure we'll see how they play in progress.
Well, the Cougars does a great job of the tackle.
There is a factor that I would like in the football field during the last few years. That's kind of
The
the
Phoenix and pick at Kansas City, then released him San Diego. Took him last year. He had a good season, 21 catches, 2 touchdowns. And because of his grip on that 2-yard play, San Diego gets 4 more down.
San Diego decided the only way to stop Stevie Young was to keep him off the field. They were going to already running late Ruben Davis. The Chargers had the first stop outside of the center. This is the most league that I
They're faking the rush and then drifting back, and that's the frustration of reading this defense.
The quarterback reads one thing, and the receiver reads something else. I mean, it could be you're thinking blitz at the line of scrimmage, the quarterback is, and they try to zone behind it. Now all of a sudden there's no receiver. And that's the time it's a problem.
The Chargers have got over 7 San Francisco's lead. San Diego discovered the only way to stop Steve Young was to keep him off the field, behind the power line of Hardy Harmon and Nate Rodney. The Chargers have got over 7 San Francisco's lead.
They read the screen perfectly. Scanino is right there over the center. He's with Gacozo, 68, releases, and he cannot make the catch. Excellent read by Scanino. Figures falls down, and then Mark just pushes him out of the way. And no flag thrown.
Back goes Woodson inside his 25 as Wagner punts. Woodson had trouble in the first half. After 33, a flag down, a late flag. 44 yards on the punt by Wagner, 11 on Woodson's return. Lewis Bush, the special teams captain.